Alright, so now we're running 8K. Test. Test. Okay, it's on YouTube. Does it work on Twitch? Test. Okay, it's on YouTube. So it does work on Twitch. Okay, I think we got it set up. Currently at 8,000 kbps. Twitch and YouTube both seem to be working. Let me hop in to the chats. Okay. Testing one last time just to make sure before we start working. Testing one last time. Okay, that's YouTube. YouTube works. And Twitch. Okay, that's YouTube. YouTube. Beautiful. Okay, I'm not touching this anymore. Let's actually get some fucking work done. How are we doing today? Doing tonight. Doing today? Tonight? Yeah, whatever. Tonight. Okay, we'll close you. Close you. I didn't realize that raising the bitrate can destroy your ability to stream on Twitch. I assume just because it's not built to handle that amount of data. But I might have to look into like a way to split the bitrate such that like I send this much to YouTube and this much to Twitch. Because if it becomes an issue where they like become unstable or unable to support it, because it seems like YouTube wants like 9 to 12K, and it seems like Twitch kind of wants you to stop at 6. But 6. Listen, it works. My bitrate says I'm offline. Well, the stream's up, so I don't know why the bitrate monitor on Creator Dashboard is set to gray. Oh, it's red at 8,000. Unless it's always red? Hopefully. Clueless. Okay. Let me close this. Let me close you. Close you. Okay. Let's get back into it. So, last we left off, and the voice crack. Nice. My throat's been annoying me today. Alright, last we left off, we have this turn system we're working on, and the current situation is, let's remind myself, I was working on it earlier today. We hit player turn. Yeah, so we hit the player turn, and it takes inputs, but it's not actually ending the turn, I don't think, because I'm pretty sure it's queuing these. I can double check that. And then if it is queuing them, then we just have to do the end frame checker to move it back over to the enemy turn, and then we should have a back and forth going. So, and then what we'll do is we'll put in the visual system, and that will allow us to do like multi-frame holds on a particular turn. So that way, because what's going to happen is once we get this working, I'm going to be able to press a single button, and in the time, because the game is running fast enough right now, in the time that I press down, it'll hit like 4 turns worth of input, and then it'll freak out. And you know, you might think, oh well, that's fucking horrible, but once we add animations and we delay the ability for you to do that, then it won't be. So that's gonna be the plan. Okay, so then we have, let's test to make sure the queue system works. God, I'm just fucking paranoid that this stream's gonna die on me. So let me put up real quick for my mental sanity. For whatever. Let me grab you. And I'm just gonna set this tab in the corner so that I can see exactly the bit rate of what's going on. And that way, I don't have to worry about it. Stream health. Okay, that's all I care about. Now that we're done with that, close this. Let me boot some music up. I think I want to listen to, let's listen to some Crypt of the Necrodancer. Oh, misclick. My volume's low on my end, so I'm good with that. And then for you guys, it looks like we're a little high, so I'm gonna drop it a little bit, and then we'll be fun. Okay. No more distractions. So we have the input on here. I'm gonna get rid of this debugger that's on input processor. I don't need that really. And we're gonna actually, that's fine. We'll actually paste it over here. We'll see. If it's equal to the player turn, process turn, completed player turn. Do we ever hit this? I am not seeing that. What do we require? We require a queue system ready to turn system. How are we setting the turn system or the queue system ready back on? Oh, this might have been the issue. Let's reattach to Unity. It might be the case that it's not, so I think I said this to if that was true. And it might not be able to write to that bool. Oh no, we getting that Unity crash again because I attached before we recompiled. Fuck, it is. Alright, let me restart Unity. I need to put in a bug report. I don't know why that keeps happening. It's really annoying. Okay, let me hop back into Writer so you at least see something. Oh, Writer closed too. Oh, well, rip. No visuals for a second. Everything's back. We're good to go. So this should recompile. Now I can reattach. And I'm gonna go to queue system and I want to see. No, it's input processor. No, we're gonna reattach this line. What's the problem with this line? Don't find loaded method for. Okay, why don't I just set this here and then you can figure that out whenever we click play. There we go. Okay, so job was new action is true. So we are readying the queue system, which means now I want to see the check state. Oh, it's It's the if part of this is the breakpoint, not that part. Okay. And I set this one to job.wasNewAction. There we go. I'll finish that. And then I'll undo... Oh, that one lost its condition. That's the issue. Get rid of that one. Hit resume. Then I'll press a button. I don't think it's registering. Or no, it is, because we just removed the debug.log. So it is registering, but we're not setting it to true, which means that this bool is not being set. I guess it just doesn't work that way, that you just can't read the value post-job. Which is fine, I guess. So how would we do this in here? I guess we could just check the value of the job after, right? Or not the job, but the visual actions. If system API dot get singleton of type Q system data. Ooh. Dot initial actions dot length is greater than 0. There. Wait, disable that debugger so we don't get that crash again. Okay, so we're good, and we hit up. Completed player turn. Beautiful. Okay, so that works exactly as I thought. Oh no. Why are we getting a bunch of frames? Oh, because it's not resetting. That's why. Okay, so we hit the flag. Perfect. So now all QSystem needs to do in here is nothing, I guess, because we can see this one in frame. So we go ahead down here to process state, in order to check the player turn. And then we want to see if length is equal to 0, return. Otherwise, set the turn system back to true. Okay. And then we need to set so then the turn system gets set back to true, and then we head over here to the player, where we check if the length is equal to 0. Otherwise, we ready enemies. Yep. And then after that, nothing happens. Okay. So all we need to do is we need to go into here. I actually just need to copy and paste this. Actually, is what we really need to do. Delete that line. It's not an else if. And then when we do else, so this is in the case where the player has just gone, but there's no enemies to go after that player, then we need to, actually, no, we don't need this to do this. That's going to be nframe's job. And I also don't think we need this, because this is only getting turned on again once the in-frame cycle thing has told it to. Which is only going to happen once the initial length is already greater than 0. So we can save here, and that should fix that, and that should allow the player turn to bounce back and forth. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Play. Okay, well, I think it technically worked. Player turn 4, enemy turn 4, player turn 2, enemy turn 2, player turn 0, enemy turn 0. Which then is going to reset that back to enemy turn 10. So we're going through the loop, but the player isn't being forced to respond before that happens. Why is that the case? Okay, we no longer need was new actions. We'll get rid of that. Let's reload that, and then I'm going to attach the breakpoint. I want to see if this is getting a hit, even though, or if initial actions.length isn't getting properly reset, which might be true. Okay. Turn off queue system. Continue. Failed to value expression. Partial object does not contain a definition for was new action. Oh. Did I leave a breakpoint on that checked for that? I did. Whoops. We'll remove the condition and hit done. And then all I just want to see is the breakpoint on this particular point. Okay, and we'll hit continue. Okay, we hit it. So now this should be the query for queue system data. Initial action's length is equal to 0. So I don't exactly know why it's hitting this breakpoint. Let's go to the end here when we grab the queue system data anyways, and I just want to see if it's true over there and I'm not just having a weird breakpoint bug. Okay, queue data. Length is equal to 0. But we're going to hit this point, aren't we? No. How are we not hitting? Oh, because the if check isn't true? What am I missing here? Okay, I don't like the split in responsibility between the turn system and the in-frame cleanup. It's incredibly annoying to me because I keep trying to bounce between the two and I feel like I'm fucking it up trying to do this. So what we're going to do is... I think the turn system isn't going to do much logic. It's just going to set the frame for what's supposed to happen. or like enable the proper systems based on what this frame already is. And then the in-frame cycle is the thing that actually like sets the new state and does all that check. So if we go through, we're gonna restructure this a bit because that's causing me a headache. Start run, no problem. Start round, no problem. Sets the current speed to max plus 2, no problem. No problem. Subtracts down the speed, fine with that. On start cycle, increases the round counter, don't care. Okay, then we check to see if it's the player or the enemy. I think that is the most logic this thing will do, is doing that and then confirming how many enemies there are. Or does it even need to do that anymore? Let's see, how do I have this set up? If check for player turn. Hold on, if I turn my audio down on this music so that I hear less of it, does that drop your guys' volume? Hold on, let me test real quick. Ooh, this is the wrong button. There we go. It doesn't. Cool. Looks like it's the exact same because mine, I don't hear music at all by muting it. I'm going to raise yours a little bit. I'm going to drop mine down nice and low. Okay. A little too distracting for me. Okay, if check for player turn. Data.value.ro.current speed, ref state. So we check for player turn. If it's true, then we set the player turn to start. If it's false, we set the enemy to start. If they're both false, then we else if current speed, oh no, that's how many enemies there are, is greater than 0. Otherwise, process state. What is this process state method? Oh, that's it's recursive. Okay, this is gonna sound weird, but I think I don't really like the idea of this being recursive because I feel like that causes possible problems. I mean, it's fine, I guess. So all it's gonna do is restart the cycle at -2 again until it hits somebody. So that's fine, I guess. I do want to rewrite this though because I don't like the if chain. But you can't really write this as a switch. Fuck, it really is just 3 conditions. Do you want to check one after the other? I'll have to figure out a better way to rewrite that. I don't like that, so. But it does work. Okay, once we've hit a player that can process that, we set the turn system data to true? Oh no, input processor to true. Okay. And then we set player turn to be the current state. Then we turn on the behavior and the validator. Okay, that makes sense. And then if ready state, if ready enemies is greater than 0. Oh, so this is for starting the next, yeah. Okay, hold on. And then if a player is done and there isn't an enemy, then we need to do this if check again. But these two cycles, or sorry, start round and start run. I don't like the structure. I'm trying to figure out how I would change it. It's making it more difficult to engage with. And then if we go into the end frame cycle, fuck, this is just a mess. When the end frame cycle is checks to see if it is visualizing. And if it is, then we return. Which basically means we don't move the state forward as long as the animations are playing. Which... is that even a good thing? Okay, for now we won't... because it... when the player, goes to queue an attack, like if the player's like, if the player and an enemy are melee with each other, it's the player's turn, the player swings, they're going to queue an attack on the enemy, and then the queue system's going to light up, and then the visual system's going to start playing the animation. Then what's going to happen is sometime between start of animation of the attack and some window of cutoff, the enemy will then be allowed to potentially react, and they're going to feed that to the queue, which they already will have prepared, and then the animation will play out. Technically, I guess that when the player queues an ability, we immediately check that and then start the animations, so that might happen. But if that's true, nah, God, I don't like this. Hold on. There's gotta be a better way to do this. Okay, hold on. We're gonna pull out the notepad, and then I'm going to actually make this visual to you guys, and then, or visible. Visual, Christ. Window capture the notepad. Let's name this, let's go to desktop, and we'll name this single notepad file stream visible notepad. Cool. And then we'll write this as streamable notepad. Okay, and then that's going to be streamable notepad, and then we're going to set the capture mode to automatic, and then we're going to do window title must match, so that way we don't accidentally move to a different notepad file. Then we're going to hit OK, then we're going to turn it on. Look at that. Drag it down below the AFK box, Let me reposition you like. Oh, that looks hideous. We'll reposition like this. And then when I go to minimize this, it goes away. Okay, good. So that way I can minimize it and then it doesn't fuck up. I don't have to like re-enable it every time. Okay, so we have what is the behavior we want? Fuck the turn structure. What is the behavior we want? We have a player turn and an enemy turn. We have a react system that we haven't implemented yet. Let's go through this. Okay. Player turn. No, start at highest speed. And then we're going to iterate. If player dot can move, or whatever it's going to be. Or actually, it should be if can perform player. Because I can make that universal, and I should make that universal. If can perform player, then we want to enable player inputs into system, whatever that is. So like turn abilities. Otherwise, if can perform any enemies, able, the enemies can perform enemies dot start turn to enemies. And then otherwise, this is a else if. Actually, if it's else, we just iterate. So it needs to be like a lazy iterator. So we'll just say else speed minus equals 2. Okay. So that's what we want to do on the turn structure. That's essentially it. The only difference it's going to be this is the turn structure. And then on player turn, wait for inputs, queue inputs, if can react enemies, queue reactions, play visuals, resolve actions. Actually, we could do that first. Okay, and then on enemy turn, wait, no. On enemy turn, we queue input or queue turns. If can react player, give reaction window, resolve all actions, play visuals. Okay. This is the basic bitch way to do this. And then the distinction is going to be is that The issue is that we're iterating over multiple frames. So it's annoying as fuck. Start at the highest speed. If can perform player. Enable else if can perform enemies. Enable else speed decrement, start again. This can be done before anything happens. Okay, that makes sense. Done before anything happens, it runs through it. Once it's determined who's going, then we need to shut this off. And enable proper systems. Okay. And then the proper systems are going to be either way, enemies need to go first, or need to go in order to prepare. Either way, actually it's this way. Enemies, and then player validator. Those two kind of link. So if the enemies are going to consider something, that player validator has to happen. And then if player turn, if enemies change args for planning turns. Okay. And then on player turn, we need to okay, so here's what I think I'm going to change. I think we're going to change it such that the turn system is only ever running this part of the logic. The second that it is somebody's turn, it shuts off until the entire next cycle is ready. We're not going to have it manage the reactions or any of that shit. That is, it shuts off until it's all over. So what we're going to do is we're going to change this logic. Let's pull up the turn system data. Turn system data. Turn states. Yeah, so we're going to remove player cycle. start cycle, start round, start turn. And then if it's anything else, then we're gonna say turn manager is not supposed to account for whatever turn state that is. Okay, and then it always shuts itself off as false the second that it does this. And I don't even know if we need a switch statement, because I feel like we could do this as... If it's a start run, it's always going to go to start round. If it's a start round, it's always going to go to start cycle. So what this should really be, if data.current value ro.current state is equal to start run, fuck, I even hate the idea of checking that every single time. There needs to be a turn system initiator that I'm gonna throw that to at some point, but that's fine. Then pre-run processes, and then that's gonna say if data turn states that start round take that out. And then we're going to do this for loop. For int s is equal to data dot value read write dot current speed. S is greater than -0. S minus equals data dot value ro dot speed per cycle decrement. If check for player turn we'll just copy this. And then we're gonna set, yeah, let's get rid of this godforsaken fucking switch statement. Okay, if it's equal to that, then we're going to do this. Yeah, we're gonna set on the turn on the input processor. Oh, I need to make that. And then we're going to else if Okay, let's go to... Actually, we have to make it this. Okay. There we go. And then, else... Actually, we don't have an else here anymore, because we're just redoing it. So actually, we just need to... We need a break if either of these are true. And then we're gonna do... Okay. And then we can delete all of this. Wait, did I delete? Oh, I didn't delete anything. What is the problem here? Delete that. Why is this coming back as an error? Cannot resolve symbol, check for player turn. It's right here. Oh, wait, there's a... There. Else is going to be... Oh, there's one less else if, actually. If this needs to be greater than or equal to 0, so we stay in the loop. And then it's else if s is equal to 0. No, hold on. Once 0 has been processed, if we still haven't found a turn yet, okay, so right here is going to be if s equals 0, in which case we're going to recall, we're just going to, yeah, we're going to process state. Okay, so make sure if s was equal to 0, and it got through this, then it needs to start the new round, which means we will do that. Okay, that is correct. Why is this yellow? Line is not indented relative to the previous line around child stamina. Expected indent 4 spaces. Oh. Actually, yeah, we'll make this a... We'll just delete this. This needs to be done later, or earlier. Yep, so if it's the player's turn, we turn on the player input, we set it to player turn. If it's the enemy, we set it to enemy turn. And then, and we've readied the enemies. And then either way, once we're done, that means that we've officially found a turn to complete, in which case we're going to turn on the validator of the behavior and the turn system. Hello, Hatchie from Quebec. How you doing? Or let's call you Hatchie. Ugh. Thanks for letting me know about the stream issue the other day. I had to, fuck Restream. I had to completely take that apart. Set up an Nginx server, or Nginx, or whatever the fuck you call that. So now we have that working. The Restream. Let me double check before I put my foot in my mouth. Okay, still working on Twitch. Testing. Yep, great. They're both working. Multi-stream is working. Okay. So that works. That does what it needs to. This should actually be now renamed to process round. Or no, process cycles better. Okay. And then we're going to... We don't need this method anymore. That's bad. I don't think we're actually using it on destroy. I don't know if we need it, but I'll get rid of it and then see if there's an error. Let's save. Hop back over here. See if there's any weird compilation shit. Okay, that's a burst error about debug.log, so we are set. Okay. We don't need that. On start cycle, turn data. Do you run that? Shouldn't this be on start run or on start round? Yeah, let's hold on. On start round. Okay. And then we're going to what's the next thing? Oh, we're gonna just call that, and then we're gonna paste this line down here. Yeah, then we need to set turn ref read write turn system data. I did ref RO, dumbass. Okay, that should work, and then we'll just put on start round. Got it. I need a new keyboard. Okay, and then we're gonna delete this, and that needs to be data dot value rewrite. There. Easy. Okay, and then we're gonna make a debugger here that just says. What do you mean missing Unity reference debug.log? Just okay. Okay, so that's gonna be processing turn system, so that way we can keep track of when that thing's getting called and making sure that it's getting called at the correct time. All right, so that should work. Now we're gonna go to inframe. Inframe's job is going to be managing it when the turn system isn't there. So what we're going to do, this is going to be the in between the cycle thing. So this is going to manage the reactions, this is going to manage the visuals, this is going to do all that. So if is visualizing, Hold on, I just realized there's an infinite in here. 1 second. Once the player is able to take their turn, this will rerun and then get their turn. So the next time we come in here, it'll be like, oh, well, the player just went, but the player speed is also matching what needs to happen. So let's do this. Let's throw a, let's go into our agent. We'll put this in IDs. That's fine. Make a new value called fuck. I hate putting bools into structs, but it's fine. We actually do need to track this one, which is going to be has had turn this cycle. That's going to be false by default. We're going to rename IDs because it no longer works in this context to what'd you call this? It's just like generic agent information. I'll just name it just fuck it, I'll just name it agent data. Okay, so that should fix that. Okay, now let's check the player. So I'll just do if if check for player turn. Inside here we'll say return that and nope, wrong ones. And fuck. And then in ready enemies, let's expand this out. Okay. And ECA bracket I dot data dot has had turned the cycle. And that needs to be false. Let's make sure this one's also false or he'll never go. Okay. Good. And then we'll recompile that. And that's, we're still gonna have functionality issues right now because we haven't fixed an end frame yet. And this egregious fucking gross looking function. Okay. If we're visualizing, do we just auto return? And the answer should be no. So I'm just gonna get rid of that. It's not gonna affect the functionality right now because we haven't actually fully implemented the visual system, but. And then we're going to get rid of Turn data. We need turn data to know which state we're currently in. Actually, fuck, I just wrote this and it's dumb. Never mind. We're gonna get rid of this. We don't need to check that on the individuals because the only one that actually we care about it for is the player. Because if once an enemy's gone, there's not gonna be another enemy that goes in the cycle because they all go in batches. Which means we can actually just take this. How do you delete and replace? CIW, paste. Fuck. I need to figure out what the replace paste is. Okay. That should work. And then we're going to... We'll just check it by the turn state. We don't need to do this. Which means we also can delete this from that. This is cleaner. Right, this is better. Okay. And then agent data is actually still fine because we can store generic agent data between the enemy and the player in here that we'll always need. So that works. And then... Okay. I think that's all I need to do for this. We need to go into here. Actually, can I... Does this loop? Oh, I can just do that. Okay, cool. When we get to this, there are a few options. Our options are... Okay, so this should come back good. So, okay, I'll head down here. Option 1 is awaiting player input. This should be the default, I think we should assume, because that's going to be the most likely one that you're going to get frames on, because or there's an animation going, but we'll start with awaiting player. Awaiting player is just go back or return, because you're not doing anything. Next is going to be animations are playing. Now, there's two types of times that animations, or there's 4 sub-animation states. There is just started this frame. Actually, I could simplify this into 2. Let me think this through for a second. We could just say just started this frame, player action, just started this, post or other frames in player, just started enemies, and then other enemy frames and enemies. But if we could offset the starting of the animations by 1 frame equal to this, so that way it doesn't have to check that. We can just because once the animations start after these initial frames, we don't want to run this again. There's no reason to, because all we're doing is just waiting for the animations to end, and then well, hold on, let me not be too hasty. Let's think this through. Technically, Well, if I hop over here, does it keep my notepad over the Unity? It does. Okay. I'll change that for next stream. Let me make a note of that. Fuck, I'm blanking. Oh, yeah. Add notepad to auto swapper. Okay, easy. Fuck, I'm hungry. Hold on, give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna go AFK and grab a snack. It's distracting me. But AFK over this, and I'll be back in a second. Alright, I'm back. I didn't see this earlier. Thank you, Hatchie, for the follow. Appreciate it. I need to figure out how to get notifications working on this Engine X server. That could be fun. Okay. So let me get rid of the AFK screen. I would do that, or do anything else. I have Austin now. Alright, let's see. What are the pros and cons? How do we manage this thing? Because this thing is doing the inter-cycle work. You know, this doesn't need to be an in-frame system, does it? It could be a, This could run at beginning of frame, right? Because all of the disposal it is doing is for permanent permanent things that are then going to be read on the next frame. And then what we could do is we could put the... And if we're doing a dispose, most of the time we're doing it in the function anyway, so that I don't have to deal with constantly checking it across the whole system. And this is only happening on the inter-cycle resets. So I could actually probably put this back in this, because this doesn't need to happen in here. This should happen in there, because that's what's actually managing the cycles. And this would happen in between the... Oh no, this is inter-cycle. I'm dumb. So this is going to be... That's going to queue system data, validators data, and behavior system data. That's going to swap out every single time that... Well, no, because it'll even swap out... This is the thing that manages between the player and the enemy turns. So it's going to happen there as well. Or no, I removed that, because now this one's managing me in between. So then yeah, I'll keep this in here. But I think I can move this to the beginning of the frame. And then that way, once the queue system finishes what it's doing at the end of the frame, beginning of the frame, we start the animations, and we can still hook in the yeah, because we can hook in the other stuff irregardless of the visuals, and that should still work. Yeah, let's try this. Okay, well, it's better I think it's also going to help me conceptualize it better, which will be nice. We're going to set this to not order last and not order first, because that's what the turn system is doing. But we're going to update update after... Oh, I need to change this to turn system. And this needs to be update before input valid type of input validator. And so that way, once the input validator is processing so it goes turn system. Now it'll be in frame, which we'll rename, and then input validator, behavior system, input processor, queue system, visual system. And that way the visual system can queue off the rendering section, which is going to happen at the back half of the frame anyways. Yeah, I think that's better. Okay. So then we'll do, let's rename this. Enter cycle system. And then we'll rename this to collection disposal. And then I can mentally slide this over to the validator so that I can okay. So we've just turned on the player's turn. How are we going to go through this? Well, actually, this isn't going to get kicked on until validator data, queue system data, turn system data. We're going to add another one, which is going to be state update. So I think what we're going to do, because I was thinking about this earlier, I have this big long list of enableable components with various methods that they're enabling, and I feel like it would just be better, because you can still get the value of these, is to just change this to one thing that's called like system toggler or system toggles, implement both, and then just put the data of which system it's toggling in there. Is turn system, or actually what would probably be easier to both test and manage is you just check to see which system it's toggling, and then each system daisy chains, so that way we're not like bulk implementing 3 systems at once and then watching it get fucked. We can actually follow the logic a bit cleaner, I think. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete all of these and we'll just name this system toggle, and then we'll have O of public public enum systems, and we'll this will be a byte, and then we'll say turn system enter cycle validator behavior player input and queue. Yeah, and now I'm getting a shit ton of errors because I've built the whole system around this, and this is just sloppy. So we'll change this to public systems. Oh, I need to not name that systems because that's going to cause problems. Value system types. There we go. Okay, yep, and then it's like, what the fuck are you making me do? Oh, that's true. We did set the player over here. No, we can use the player turn to manage this. This will be easier. This will be system toggle. And then can I set some API.set component? How do we modify the value? Get singleton system toggle This needs to be actually singleton read write, and then system toggle dot value read write dot value is equal to we turn on the no, we don't turn on the enter cycle until after we get to the end, or there's an update, I should say. Oh, do we add a second one? Is there a reason to run this in between these? We'll change system toggler to system status. That way we can move from one status to the next. And then we'll rename this this file. And then we need to add this to our component, because I don't think we have it, or to our entity. So we'll figure out to do that in a second, but wait, do we need turn system ready? No. We'll change that to system status. And then in here, oh, this one's a classic. I like this one. We'll say query dot get singleton system status I need that's an if. Dot value is equal to, or is not equal to, turn system return. Alright, now I'm done eating. We can set systems out of value read write to why don't I just put that in here? Very good reason for that. let me check, by the way, real quick before I forget. Let me go to... Where would this be? I think it's system data authoring. Yeah. Okay, I'll delete all of these. Rename this one to system status. And then name this to true. Or no, it doesn't need to be true. I need to do, is there a way to default it? Maybe if I do entity and then do new system status value is equal to turn manager or turn system. Yeah, there we go. And then we can close this, and then it'll start on turn system. We'll be good to go. Okay, just so I don't forget. At some point, I'm going to create like a run initializer system that only runs on like on start running. I'm gonna make it add all this in there so we don't have to deal with this. But for now, this is fine. Process cycle for player turn. Start round and start running. Yeah, I think I can put all of this into this. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think I'm overcomplicating it. Because what we'll do is we'll say, on update, okay, so this is the check, make sure that we're actually supposed to run this system. And then if we are, we're supposed to process the system. Then we process a cycle. What this should actually be named is, oh, I know. We can just depend this on the turn state. So we'll say if underscore query dot get singleton of type turn system data dot current state, I can type, is equal to start cycle. Then we process cycle. The only other time that we would be running this system is if we're swapping from player turn to enemy turn, or from enemy turn to player react, I think. So what we'll do is then we'll make another one that actually manages that part of it, which is what this one's going to do in a second. Move that over. And then this part needs to only happen if on this section, so we actually do need to make that bracketed. And then we'll how do I make it tab? Because shift tab works, but tab doesn't work? Cringe. Okay. Why is tab not working? We're going to set this to validator. So that means we're actually starting the cycle, so we need to validate the data. And then we're also going to here. We're gonna actually copy this over. Actually, I'll do it after. We will need to dispose collections here. Okay, and then so we don't need, or right now this is going to only come up if we're, this is only getting toggled by the visual system. I think it would be the Q system would be doing the toggling, which means we just need to put the visual system probably in here, actually, in between these two, and then make the Q system what is changing it, because the Q, once the Q pops, that's what's actually going to update our turn structure. Once the players queued something, then we start queuing the enemies, or once the enemies have wait, did I set this up properly? Hold on, I need to check something. Or anti-tickles, no. Not on ready enemies. I'm looking for process cycle. Oh, beautiful, we do start the current speed. So, this is good, because now we're not restarting at 10. We're gonna actually, we did this right. Okay. So yeah, whenever it's equal to start cycle, then we're going to process the cycle. This should actually be called, we'll name this start cycle, because that's all it does now. That's better. And then this is going to dispose the collections to prepare us for this. We could actually probably put, or no, we're doing this iteratively, so we probably don't want to do that. Because we're only... Yeah. Find next turn. That's all it does. Okay. Then we'll change this. So, if we're not starting a cycle, the next thing we need to do is okay, that's a bit much for me right now. Go off, Singer. Once we start the cycle, we're going to come back once the enemy has completed their turn, but that's only going to be start, or no, it could be player reaction. And it looks like we're going to have a player reaction, an enemy reaction, and be on, and then starting the next cycle, which means we're at 3, potentially could be 4. So I'm probably going to switch this to a switch statement, and then we'll change this to cut that out, and then we'll do down here case. And then we will paste. We delete this. Okay, and then we're going to we'll set this to enemy react. Player react. And enemy react, player react, start cycle. I think that's everything. Oh, real quick, let me change this actually, because I think I realized there's an issue with this turn structure. Because find next turn is also applying a, it's doing the minus equals first, or after, when it, and this should actually just say, while data dot value RO dot current speed is greater than or equal to 0. Expression is always true. Yep, so we're gonna write data dot value right dot current speed. Oops. Minus equals data dot value RO dot speed per cycle decrement. So now that won't be true anymore. Why do you think this is still always true? It's not always going to be true. Am I missing something? Speed per cycle decrement is a constant at like 2, so and then if data is equal to current state, I don't like the fact that I would be recalling this every time. So let me actually cut this out. We'll make it a parameter. Ref RW turn system data. Oh, data, not dat. And then we'll paste that up here. No, I did that wrong. Why isn't I just putting it in the... Oh, is it because of the semicolon? I guess it is a full sentence. Hold on, let's get rid of that. Okay, now surely this will paste it, right? Okay, fuck this. System API, nope. Dot, I get singleton, read write of turn system data. There. And then down here we just data. So we're not recalling it every fucking time. Okay, so if data is equal to start round, on start round. Oh. Hold on. We need to add this case up here. Fuck, we're reinventing our fucking wheel. God damn it. We're doing exactly what we were doing earlier, but now it's slightly cleaner, I guess. Listen, one day we'll get there. On start round. Data. Return. System API dot get singleton. Read write. Turn system data. Ref state. Okay. never going to be true now. And then this is going to be, well, data.value to RO, current speed is greater than or equal to 0. Yeah. And we can't find it in this. I think I fucked up. Hold on. If we iterate through all of the cycles such that speed now drops to 0, we don't want to... We need to start a new round, which is up there. Oh, okay. Well, here's what we'll do. We'll bring that back. Undo this line. And just make it a fall through. And then all we'll say is, if we get to the end of this loop, so we could come in, let's say we come in at speed 3, right? We come in at speed 3, we process everything, and we say, oh, would you look at that? Hold on. Fuck, okay, I need to get my train of thought out. We'll come in and say, oh, we're at speed 3 or 4 in this case. We're gonna check this. Oh, there's nothing here. Okay, we're gonna check 2. Oh, there's nothing there. Okay, we're gonna check 0. Oh, nothing there. Okay, well, we're still at current state start cycle, but there's nothing in here this round anymore. So now we're going to start the next round by re-queuing this. So what we actually need to do is we need to go here, and we need to say data.value read write dot current state is now equal to start round. That way we can actually do this, and then I believe this decrement should happen at the end. Otherwise, it's gonna be, we're gonna have like one-off issues, I think. Okay, so if we come in at speed 2, that's correct. We're going to check that at speed 2. Then we're going to subtract it from 2 down to 0. We're going to run through it again on 0. Then we're going to subtract it down to -2. Which I don't think we actually can do because I'm pretty sure it's a byte. I mean, I guess it'll overlap, but that's not actually will cause an infinite. So what we should actually do is... Nope, not select the word. Delete the line. Put this back up here. And we'll change this to greater than or equal to data.value RO .speed per cycle decrement. So that way, if we come into this at speed 2, do we need to make this a do while? We come in at speed 2, it's true, then we subtract it down to 0, we run through it again. We go back to the top, oh, we're no longer speed 0, there's an issue. So I think what we actually need to do is do the subtraction, but do the check after. So we'll get rid of this, go up to the top and do. And then, yeah, fuck it, we'll do that. And then down here, we'll do paste. How do I get inline pasting? There. Then we'll go to the end of the line. Okay. So if we come in at speed 2, we subtract down to speed 0. And then I think we can just name this greater or equal to 0. Oh, I know why it's giving me that. This is a byte, and it will always be greater than or equal to 0. That's the issue. Okay, why did I logically think this was going to work? Because I thought we could set it to a negative. Okay. Let's just change it to an S byte, and then we'll be good to go. And I'm overthinking this. Friend system data. We need current speed, which is a byte. Change it to an S signed byte. And then we'll change this to a signed byte. Oh, not max speed. Oh wait, no, that's fine. Max speed, and then we'll change this to a signed byte. Okay, so now this should work. Why wouldn't you be able to subtract out? Cannot convert int to S byte. Okay, let's change this to an S byte. Okay. And we'll change this to an S byte. And then data light our current speed. Oh, because I think I'm looking for an S byte here. Okay. So we start off at 12, actually. We start off at 12. And I actually have somewhere that says that. Put this and start running for now. System API dot get singleton read write of type turn system data dot current dot value read write dot current speed is equal to hold on. Okay, this music's starting to annoy me. Okay. Let's turn that off. Shopkeeper's a bit much at times. What's something to play? Let's listen to... I don't know. What's something that's like a classical piece? We could go... You know what? Actually, instead of going classical, you know what I'll listen to? I'll listen to the Dark Souls 3 soundtrack. That's what we'll do. Wait, hold on. It's starting the soundtrack before the main three. No, we're skipping the main theme song. Okay. There we go. It's way too quiet for you guys. Let's up that a bit. There we go. Got some background music. Alright, let's go back to this. Wait, is my notepad still taking up all that? It should be off. So I alt-tabbed it. I'm sorry. There's got to be a way to focus that in and out. I'll figure that out next time. Hold on, let me add that to my to-do list. Oh wait, it's not taking up screen time when I didn't realize it. Or at the very least, you know what I can do in the meantime is I'll bring this over to the side, because most of the time the right side's just data I'm working on. So that way, oh no, not that, we'll do Alt. There we go. That way if I accidentally do leave it up, it's not covering the main bulk of what I'm working on. So it's typically just a reference over here. Alright, and just make sure I didn't just accidentally leave that on again. Okay, we're good. Data.value.current speed is going to be equal to data.value RO dot max speed plus data.value RO dot speed per cycle decrement. Can I convert int to s byte? Aren't they both s bytes? We really need to. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we come in at 12, we subtract down to 10, we run through it. We fail, it's greater than 0. We run through it again on 8. Greater than 0, we run through it again on 6, greater than 0. Then we subtract down to 4, greater than 0, subtract it down to 2, greater than 0, subtract it down to 0, and then we're done. So okay, so we actually need to put this while back up here. Oh, that's what dictates it. Shift V pastes the line, and that always goes new line. V pastes the area, which goes in line. I understand. Okay. So now enemies readied. This is, I think, correct. Just iterate through them. If we find the turn, then we leave that, setting the proper value. I can actually remove this else because it's going to do the exact same thing. Invert if statement to reduce nesting. And now the return's always being called. This is just not the same code. Okay, that's weird. Okay, yeah, so we come in at 12 minus down to 10. We come in at 10 minus down to 8. Yeah, this is right. And then once we run through down to 0, okay, so we come in at 0. We subtract down to -2. We now, oh, I don't mean to do that. We now fail the check, which means we come down here, we start the new turn. We reset it. Oh, I need to reset the speed. Data.value rw.current state is equal to data.value. Fuck. I just need to make that a function because I'm gonna write that a lot, but it's fine for now. Not current state, current speed. Hold on. First compile. Void reset speed ref rw turn system data. Okay, and then we'll come up here. We're gonna just take that line, paste that here, and then we're going to replace this with reset speed of data, and then we're going to do that here. Whoa, fucking hell. Reset speed data. Oh, I do have to call that function actually. But there. What is the error down here? Oh, I need to change that to an aspect. Okay, that should be ready, and then so now I think this loop works fully. Good. Okay. Oh wait, I could just put this inside on start round, actually. Oh my god, I already put that inside of on start round. Smooth. Fucking smooth. Okay. So I think this works now. Coming at 12 and start round. Gets reset. Tracked it down to... Actually... Let's open up system status. Not system status. System data authoring. We'll just change. Yeah, okay. This is dumb. We're deleting this. God, I just wish I was. I just wish it was better. Okay, we're gonna delete this. We're gonna go over here. New turn system data, max speed, turn speed, current round. Oh wait, it's inside this, isn't it? Yeah, we'll just change this to start round. Because why would you not do anything else? And then whenever we actually create the initializing system, we can change that before we run this. Okay, so now it starts on round, and then we're totally fine on this. This is all built in, one could say. And then we'll change it here. Okay. So we've turned on player. Ooh yeah. Okay. We've turned on the we've set the player in motion. And check if the player if the player's turn, we set it to the player turn and we leave. Then what we need to do is also configure the excuse me. System API dot set or no dot get singleton read write of type system status dot value read write dot value is equal to. Oh wait, I'm doing that either way, aren't I? Up there. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, we're setting it to the validator. And I also don't think, let me grab system status. I don't think this needs to be enableable. I don't know why I would ever disable this, because it's just telling us what the current system that should be working right now is. Yeah, I don't ever need to turn this off. I just need to check the status. But the second we set the status to validator, this is never running anyways. Okay. This looks so much nicer. Get rid of find next turn. We don't need that. And then, okay. So now we've done this, we go to the validator. What the validator doesn't need this. What it needs to say is, actually it should replace this with system status. And then down here, we'll do if system API get singleton system status dot value is equal to validator, then we're ready to go. Or no, it should be if it's not equal to, we return. Easy. Set component enabled. Okay, we don't need to run that. And that should work exactly the same. What we do need to do actually though is system API dot get singleton read write validator system system status. Christ, get rid of all this. Dot value read write dot value is equal to behavior. Nice and easy. We got the behavior system. Behavior does not need all of this shit. Okay, so instead what we're gonna do is let's delete. Just make a new one. State dot require for update behavior system data. State dot require for update system status. State dot require for update turn system data. Okay, then we can delete this and delete this and that. And then we'll and that. Then all this has to say if system API dot get singleton of type system status dot value is not equal to behavior. We can replace this with dot Get singleton read write of type system status. Dot value read write dot value is equal to so actually, we do need to make this a little bit more different. Okay, if its current state is equal to why would I need to if this? This is only running when we turn this on by the validator, which is only getting turned on at either enemy turn or player turn. So we can just say there has to be a way to replace this. Hold on, I need to look up this Vim motion in a second. That's okay. Delete that, and then just change this to else. How do I do this? Replace current selection with paste Vim motions. Y to yank the origin text, go to the cursor, V to select the target text, and then P to paste. Oh, okay. I was just overthinking it. Okay. So if current state is equal to enemy turn, then plan enemy turns, otherwise plan enemy reactions. Okay. And on plan enemy turns, then we need to set the value to one second, I'm trying to figure out. There's a way that I want to set this up that I think is better, and I'm just trying to figure out how to do that easily. Alright, now I will bring out the notepad. And I'll bring out OBS just to make sure I get rid of this later. But basically, I want to start when the enemy's turn is going. I don't actually want to process what the enemy will do on their turn. On their turn. I want to actually do that before it gets to their turn, so that basically, let's say that the player has just gone. It's now the enemy's turn to go. Okay, we finished the animations for the player's swing. Now we go to the enemy turn. Okay, now the enemy starts thinking. I don't want the enemy to start thinking the second that the animation finishes. I want it to start thinking the second the animation starts, so that by the time the animation finishes, the enemy's ready to go for whoever would be next on the turn. So I think the way I'm going to do this is that all of the logic will be the same, but the visual system, I think, is just going to be queued, or is going to always be behind the current data. I think that's how we'll do it, because, and then, or at least on the enemy side, and then when we get to the player side, we catch up technically, or sort of to catch up, because because we have to wait for the player input, and so that's going to require that the frames be done and everything. But I don't actually want to. I want to plan the enemy turns, while the player's turn is finishing. So I need to figure out how I'm going to do this. Or maybe I can keep it at plan enemy turns, or at enemy turns, but then have the visual system be the thing that's offset from the rest of the logic. Well, not necessarily, because when the player doesn't kick in until after the animation's done. So the flow needs to be, if we go back up to here, if we start the enemy turn, this needs to get queued during the play visuals section. And I think it doesn't cause an issue because the hold on. What is the cleanest way to do this? I think that's how we do it. I think what we do is, excuse me. I don't know why my voice is cracking so much today. Gotta love it though. Okay, I think instead of going, I think the flow is wrong in my head. Because I think I had it as turn system into validator, into behavior, into player if turn, into queue, into visuals. I think what we actually do is we do turn system into validator, into player if turn, into queue, and then visuals. And then what we do is we need to start the behavior during the visuals of the previous. So I think we actually put it here. And what we do is we just give foresight. So we okay. Let's pretend the enemy is not going first in the entirety of the run, because that's going to be the only exception we have to worry about. But let's say that the player has just gone. As the player is finishing their turn, so we get down to here, we've queued everything. Everything is resolving. We're watching the animations play. The first time that the visuals start playing, we we queue the new behavior. Okay, then the visuals just sit there and run over and over and over again until their animations are complete. When their animations are complete, then they turn back on the turn system. The turn system then says, oh, it's enemy players, or it's the enemy's turn. Okay, cool. We're going to enable the validator. Oh, wait, actually. The validator would need to go... Validator always has to go in the behavior system. Actually, is there a reason to have the validator distinct from the behavior system? Other than just what they're normally supposed to do? Because otherwise they'll just take the validate actions thing and just paste that into behavior. Yeah, hold on, let's do that, because that's way simpler and also doesn't let bullshit happen. Okay. Paste. Okay. Import unsafe. Then go back to validator. Take all of this. And then paste that there. And so now the validator is going to run before anything. Anytime that this runs, we always validate. We always validate our parking. We're always going to validate here. So that this always happens before this. Utilities. Yeah, I guess we can import utilities. There. Okay. Shut up, timer. Okay, system type step behavior. We don't need this anymore. We don't need this entire system anymore. Okay, delete the input validator system. Edit, delete. Oh, okay, so much cleaner. All right, and then we're going to go into current system data, or no. We need to go into system status. We need to remove validator as an option. Then we need to go back and we'll set this. So yeah, by the time that an enemy's turn starts, everything's done already. So this actually just needs to go straight into the queue system. Oh wait, no, it's no longer, okay, so we delete the validator. Okay, so it comes from the player's turn. The players just finish their turn. We queue the behavior. The visuals sit there and run until they're done. Once the visuals are done, then we restart the turn system. The player is not their turn, it's the enemy's turn, and we already have the data. If we don't, if the queue system, we get to the queue system either way. If the queue system already has the data, then we process the data. If the queue system doesn't already have the data, we force it to make sure it has the data. We wait, because nothing else can happen until that data's done. So if we manage to make it so fucking slow that it can't process it over the 4 or 5 turn frames, 20 frames, however long it takes for the visuals to finish the animations. If it hasn't completed by then, we force it to complete there. Then we start the visuals. The visuals will then... actually, we could probably do visuals before... Now let's just do queue into visuals, that's fine. Visuals will then trigger the reaction of the player, if that's a thing. So we'll hop back here, manage the player reaction, if that's allowed. If not, then we just turn off the turn system again back to visuals to wait out the... Oh, wait. No. We queue the enemy, and then we immediately hop back to the turn system. We skip the visuals here. We hop back to the turn system, where the turn system will then check to see if the player can react. If the player can't react, then we turn on the visuals, and we wait it out. If the player can react, then we give the player, we turn on the player input, start the visuals, and then go back and forth between these two. And then okay. Yeah. So then we start the player reaction, and then we bounce back and forth between the animation getting updated, or no. Yeah, because the visuals are checking to make sure the animations are constantly being done. So that's their job. So we're jumping back and forth between, is the animation done? Has the player reacted? Is the animation done? Has the player reacted? If the player does react, actually it'll probably go player Q visuals, where we just cycle between these. Player reads the data, then Q checks to see if the data has been updated inside of it, and then we go to check the visuals. If the Q ever becomes true, we start playing their animations. Start doing the player animations to respond. And then the second that the player responds and the player starts their animations, every time the player does their animations that has committed their action, then we lock in to start the behavior, because the behavior is going to want to queue ahead. So in this case, the enemy is just finished with the player responding. The second that the player has responded or has failed to respond, then we hop back to the turn system, where we find out it's the player's turn. Fuck. So there is a world where the player doesn't respond, and we wait till the very last second. And then the enemies... Or, we could just always code the enemies to assume the player goes first. Because that way we're just doing... we're doing the exact same work every time. If they're responding, it's easy. And if it's their turn, then we just queue it around the last thing that the player could do, such that by the time it gets to them, we just filter it down to that one. That might be more work than we need, but I'd rather make the AI really, really smart and able to power through that than overcomplicate the fuck out of this turn structure, because I feel like there's going to be so many potential, like... Well, the system status thing disables the chance of race conditions, but it does allow for a lot of potential bullshit with, like, things not getting accomplished properly, or, like, the turn system actually just locking incorrectly if I don't keep it simpler. So I think this is how we'll do this. So the behavior always gets queued on player visuals, which means that since normally the enemies are going to start the run with the first turn, we need a way to kick off the visuals. Oh, actually, we don't have to. We can just make the queue force the turn ahead of time, or force the turn when it gets there, because we do the same if check. Has the enemy done it? No? Okay, then we start, or then we handle it. Yeah, okay. I think that's how we're going to do it. So in that case, we don't need the validator system. We do need the validator data, but we can move this. We'll move that to the behavior data. It probably should be there anyways. And we'll rename this to valid actions. And then we'll get rid of that. We'll delete validator data. this line in behavior system. We grab a reference to behavior system data. And then we swap data.value. Yeah, to data.valid actions. Oh, that's not gonna open. There. Okay. So behavior system should now be working. Why is there red? Oh. Okay, so if it will still be true, we go to check state. If the current state is, this should be player react. If the player can't react, yeah, so we should change this to player react. It doesn't matter if the player can react or not. Whether or not they can react just dictates whether or not we turn back on the react thing, the react input option. So either way, the player react thing will happen, and that's where the enemy will queue their stuff. Okay, plan enemy turns. For a second, I was like, uh-oh, why do I know that song? And then it was, oh, that's the dancer. I remember the dancer. I remember. Okay, plan enemy turns. So yeah, if it's the player react, then we plan the enemy turn ahead of this. Otherwise, we're queuing this during, it's going to be player react, or it's going to be enemy react. If it's enemy react, we're queuing a reaction for the next player's turn. If it's player react, then we're queuing it for the next, or do I have that backwards? If we're doing player react, the next thing that's going to happen is the enemy's turn. So yeah, that's correct. Yep, we're good then. Wait. No, I think I have that backwards still. If we're on the player react, that means the player's already reacting to the enemy. Which means, yeah, we do have this backwards. So we'll change, we'll just change this part. From player react to enemy react. It's only if the enemy's already reacting that we need to care about our next turn. Yep. Otherwise, we're queuing the player reactions. Okay. And then all we're going to do is, once we have begun to plan our turn, once we begin to plan the turn, what would we say? That there is... What an awesome piece. Okay, so if we go from... It is the player's turn... Or no, sorry, it's the... Yeah, it's the player's turn. We queue something. We start the visuals. We already know what the enemy is going to react with. So we can actually... we'll go here. We then trigger the enemy reaction. That doesn't get triggered. The queue gets triggered, which pops the enemy reaction that we have ready. Then we implement the visuals for enemy reaction. Then we start the enemy planning their turn. Then we hop back to the visuals. And we just wait for the visuals to complete. Once the visuals are complete, then the turn system starts off, hopping down to the queue with what the enemy wants, which then triggers the visuals, which then triggers them to start the reaction to whatever the player could react with. And then we need to do... Then we need to hop back to the enemy. Or no, then we hop back to the player reaction over here. Yeah, where we then do this. Okay, so what needs to happen is... Could we actually do behavior before visuals? Is there a... I just like the visuals going last in my head, but let me double check. Okay, so if it's the player's turn, player sits there and runs until we get data. Okay, cool, we have data. Now we output that to the queue. Then we, then the behavior is immediately started for the enemy's next turn, because we would already have the no, we would hop down to the visuals. Then we would start enemy react. We would confirm that, then begin that. Then the visuals would sit there and load. Eventually the visuals would hop back to the turn system. Yeah, I guess this just ensures the visuals never actually have to interact with the behavior. The visuals can only interact with itself and the turn system. And it's done, and then the behavior is what cues the... after the queue into the behavior into the visuals. I like that better. Okay. All that to say, we go back here. I didn't leave the notepad thing up again, did I? Fuck me. Close. There you go. Okay. All we're going to say here is... Also, wait. That looks ugly. I don't know why it's not showing the proper thing, but let me just cut out that black space. Because, good God, that looks ugly. And let me up this slightly. There. Okay. Then we'll close that. Alright, so now what we're going to do is... Yeah, this music is too intense. I need something calmer. What do we have? What can we play that's calmer? Then something classical would probably just be easy. What's a classical piece I've listened to recently that I actually want to listen to again? I can think of individual pieces, but I can't think of anything long. It's like a longer stint. I guess there are some dramatic songs we can do in here, but let's do the End Is Nigh soundtrack. If you never played the End Is Nigh, it was like a super Meat Boy-esque. Good God, my voice needs to stop fucking cracking tonight. Let me get a cough drop. It was a super Meat Boy-esque game. In the... God, when did that come out? The End Is Nigh. The End Is Nigh came out in 2017. When did Super Meat Boy come out? 2010. Yeah, okay. It was like a Super Meat Boy-esque game about the end of the world, and the soundtrack is just nothing but classical pieces, just like redone in with modern instruments, and they're pretty sick. So we'll just play that. Let me check OBS audio levels. Okay, looks good there. Let me turn this up on my end a bit, because I want it a little bit louder. Okay, let me get a cough drop in. So, if it is the behavior system, and we have just planned our turn, or begun to plan our turn, we need to queue the visual system. Actually, I think we're always queuing the visual system. We don't need inner cycle anymore. Oh, this is gonna be so much cleaner. God. One thing I'm noting, actually, I'm technically always going to be queuing the player because I'm technically always queuing the player because I want to I don't want, like, for this is also going to handle like your pauses and all that kind of thing, and I don't want that delay happen when it's your turn. So you should always be able to pause, but if it's not a actual action that you're doing, then we don't want to consider it. Okay. Now the turn system's fucked up. Why is the turn system fucked up? Oh, because let's just need to say turn. And then inner cycle is getting deleted. I want to copy over this disposal function, because I think we're still going to need this. Okay, so now we're read-writing to a queue system. And then we're going to read-write to a validator. Oh wait, we don't want the validator anymore. So this should be behavior system data dot value read write dot valid actions. Yeah. Did I misspell enemy on behavior data? Let me check. I did. Okay, and now that we know the enemy's never going on the step that they actually have their turn, we need to make sure we're not going to give them extra turns here. So when we say find next turn, oh, that's right. All this is doing is setting the flag. That's fine. And then no matter what happens, we should always pass it to the we'll check. We just set it to that, start the round. Okay. So then we just need to say here system API dot get singleton read write of type system status dot value read write dot value is equal to player. Easy. And then we're gonna go into the player. And all we're going to do is update that to turn system. Let me check my notepad. Update before queue. Yep, that's correct. This one's going first, so that one doesn't matter. Behavior needs to be queued last. Or no, second to last. Update after queue. Update before visual. I don't have a visual yet. And the visual's gonna go last, so this is actually fine. Oh man, I was just saying yesterday to some friends, I don't know a way I could simplify this, but I kind of want to simplify this because it feels so much to work with, and I'm so glad I can see it. Now that I've started writing it, I can actually see the through line, and I can fucking fix it. And it's gonna be... It might be a little bit more mentally taxing to make sure what I'm doing is correct at first, but we won't have any fucking stacking systems. Each system has to throughput to the next one. It'll be like a true turn system that the state is properly validating. And it'll be just, oh god, it'll be so nice. Okay, so the turn system is ready. Next we head to the input processor. So we don't need this query. We're just going to do state.required for update input data. Makes sense. State.required for update system status. State.required for update view system data. Okay, and then we're just going to delete that. Delete that, delete that, delete that. Update after turn system, update before queue system. Nice. Make sure that's consistent. Now we don't need the query anymore. So this needs to say if system API dot get singleton system status, not state status, value is not equal to player. Okay, then we go to parse inputs. If system API.get singleton queue system data at initial length. So basically, if we queued something by the time the inputs were done, then we're going to delete all of this, because Jesus Christ. And we're going to put this on a new line. I'll say system API dot get singleton read write of type system status dot value read write is equal to dot value read write dot value there is equal to q. So this is how we'll sit there and wait until it's done. And because the behavior is happening on the previous as the previous visual was occurring, then we're going to have I'm blanking. Oh, because that's already the case. Fuck. Sorry. I'm tired. I've been trying to catch up on my sleep, and it's not going well, and I'm out of it. Okay. Christ. If the, Basically, we'll just sit here and wait until the queue's ready. Because the enemies should already have their data ready, or if not, then the queue will force it to by the time it gets to it. God, that's so much cleaner. Okay, then we're going to... Do we need anything in this? What is this? If turn data.value are at current speed... Oh, this is starting... I don't care about this. Process state. Turn data, queue data. Go to... Okay, enemy turn would start the reaction. Player turn. Okay, yeah. Christ. This is just hot garbage. And that's garbage. And that's garbage. Actually, we just delete the whole thing. Okay. Okay, system data authoring is not going to be happy. Change that to turn. Okay. Then we're gonna do the queue system. Let's line these up based on what there actually will be. I think that's all of them. Turn, player, queue, behavior, initial. Okay. State dot required for update, queue system data. State dot required for update, turn system data. State dot required for update, system status. Okay. Delete, 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 delete. Okay, then we replace this. If system API dot get singleton type system status dot value is equal is not equal to queue. Did I properly do that in this one for player? Yep, not equal to player. Not equal to behavior. Not equal to turn. I could probably make that a utility function. But I don't really... The annoying part is that with burst, you can't make a static thing return a value, unfortunately. Hold on, I'm gonna message somebody. Okay. Did I, there. Make sure that I get rid of that for OBS. I'm a little paranoid real quick. Let me just check on the value of the stream. Make sure that I... Okay. And this one? Yes. Oh my god. I'm so glad this is working. I'm currently burning... what is our fucking... it's lesser, that's right, because I was too high. It didn't want me to be that high, I had to go down. So now we're only using 8 megabytes per second up, and it's so much more stable. That's crazy. Okay. Back to focusing. Okay, so if we're not ready for the queue, we return. Otherwise, we're going to get the state. So the queue system will actually have, we're going to have to do a switch statement here. There's so much that's going to happen. Yeah, so we're going to say switch, delete, thank you, system API dot get singleton turn system data. I think it's turn system data dot current state, and we're going to do, first up is player turn. If it's the player's turn, queue player's action, or no, we already have the player's action because it's already in there because we're direct writing them now. So I guess the queue system should actually be called no, okay, here's what it will do. Iterate well, no, because we're gonna go back to the, hold on, no matter what the player does, it's going to return back to okay, here's what needs to happen. We need to rename this. That's the issue where we're conceptualizing it wrong. This is not the queue system. This is the action system. Okay. Yeah, and then we need to change. Where is it? We need to close player authoring, close queue system data. We need to grab the system status script again, and we need to change queue to action. Okay. Because we can direct write to the queue, we're never actually, like, this system is not responsible for queuing anymore, it's just responsible for popping the queue. So it's the action system. The only time the system would ever actually have to interact with the queue directly is it's going to force the enemies to finish if they're not ready yet. So, when it's the player's turn, all we're doing is, we're not actually going to even get here on the player's turn. We're only going to get here on reactions. Player react. We're just going to break here for a placeholder, and then it's going to be turn enemy react. And then we're going to break there. And then we're going to do default throw new not implemented exception. The queue system should not be running during the plus what is the plus state? How do I reference? Right, how do I reference this? Can I make this a named variable? State? Hold on. There's gotta be a syntactical way to do this. How to reference the value of a switch state or switch statement C#. Is there a way to refer to the value being switched? Okay, so what I can... yeah, fuck it. We'll do it. we'll go here and we'll say var state is no. I need to stop doing var. System types state is equal to paste. Oh wait, no, this needs to be turn states. Why is this? Oh. S. Easy. Okay, and then we don't need this. We don't need that. We don't, and then Q action system is not responsible for this. Not responsible for that. It will process the turns, but they're going to be different. So for now, it'll do nothing. And then once it's done, it's going to then queue up the behavior system. So it's going to say system API dot singleton read write turn system status dot value read write dot value is equal to behavior. Which I believe means that the visual system's only ever going to get queued after the behavior system starts. I love this fucking song. This is oh, I'm so bad at forgetting classical pieces' names. This is Liszt's. Or no, this is Hungarian March. Hungarian Rhapsody? Hungarian Rhapsody, I think. Okay, I'll see. See if I'm right. We'll look it up. It's this game was called The End Is Nigh. And then we're going to go to OST. And then we're going to pull up. Oh, there's a fandom wiki perfectly, and it lines up with the song. And we're currently on which song? The end Ridiculon. Ridiculon is. Oh no, that's the name of the artist. It's Retrograde. I see. Retrograde is Hungarian dance. Ah, no, not Rhapsody. Got it wrong. Fuck. Or maybe it's the same song. Brahms 1869 or Hungarian Rhapsody was done by Liszt. It is the wrong song. No. Okay. Fuck. Eventually I will become cultured and I will know things. But it will not be today. Okay, so we don't need flag reactions. Get rid of that. Do we need can play react? No. That's not this thing's job, and I'd probably rewrite it anyways. Queue actions. Not even going to do that. Process turn, we're just going to completely scrap because it has an entirely different responsibility now. And then this needs to go here after we check it. And then dun 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 dun. Okay. Dun, dun. Okay. Okay, and now we're gonna create the visual system. System visual system. I don't know how the system is going to work in the slightest, but that doesn't matter, because all I'm going to do, we're just going to go up here to the top. Hello? Oh, thank you. First compile. And on update, no, it goes, that's flight won't be. I do know that one. System API dot, no. State dot require for update. System status. If system API dot system status. No, dot get singleton. What the fuck is that? No. Get singleton system status dot value is not equal to visual. Return. Okay, and then all we're going to do is we're just going to pass this back to the turn system because we don't have anything hooked up right now. System API dot get singleton read write system status dot value read write dot value is equal to turn. Okay, let's recompile and see where we did, because we've completely refactored the turn system infinitely for the better. This is so much cleaner. It's gonna be so much easier to follow. There's so much less potential race conditions and bullshit that you have to fucking remember, and there's not two fucking things managing all the turn system shit. It is gonna be so much cleaner. We're gonna clear this. We're gonna click play. Okay, the following systems form a circular dependency cycle check. Uh-oh. Action system and behavior system. Oh, does this say before, type of after up behavior system? Okay, so this needs to change to update before. Yeah. And this needs to say input processor. There we go. Okay, recompile. Oh, I need to change the visual system. The visual system needs to say update in group type of turn manager system group. Oh, and then I just need to put order last equals true. Okay. So now that that's compiling, I didn't leave the notepad open again, did I? No, good. Head over here. Turn system creates a query during on update. Does it? Turn system 66. Oh, I was like, why is this skip from 56? Okay. If ready enemies, okay. Oh, ready enemies has the, it does have a query inside of it. It is in a query builder. So it's saying that I could put that in the update. Okay. Sure. Oh god, I did never change this in the turn system. Okay. State dot require for update. Turn system data. State dot require for update. System status. Just make sure this works. We'll rename this to enemy underscore query. And then we'll do paste. Oh, fuck. It's fine. This is gonna be underscore enemy underscore query is equal to new entity query builder. Oh, this is the query builder. So this should be with all enemy. Christ, can I stop mistyping? It's equal to get entity query builder. What's wrong with this? Oh, maybe this should say dot build. No. Oh. Okay. We'll put that up there. Cool. And then we'll replace... Damn it. Okay. And then we need to... Oh, wait. Why the fuck do I have queries here? No. System status, turn system data. Okay, and then we're gonna click play. Let's see where it comes out. We processed the turn system once. Alright, now that we've recompiled, let's attach. And let's just walk through the turn system. Because that seems like a... good idea. Quick play. Okay. We get the current state, which is start cycle. Good. Then we're gonna find next turn. We'll hop down into that. On start round, sure. Current speed is equal to 12, so yep, grade equal to 10. Okay, we do have an enemy to queue, so we set that to enemy turn, and then we leave. Good. Then we set the system status to player, correct. And then we leave. Okay, and then we should be on input processor. Good. Then we parse the inputs. Good. Oh, wait, I need to disable, I know what's happening. Okay. And then if I press up, yeah. Yeah. Nope, that's entirely fair. We should not be running during the enemy turn. And this shouldn't be running during the enemy turn instead. Actually, what we'll say is, let's do a state checker. First compile, void check state, ref system state, and then we'll say if system API dot get singleton of type turn system data dot current state is equal to player turn, then parse inputs ref state, else for now I just won't give the player inputs during this, but I will add those at some point. I need to stop talking this up. Okay. We'll just say system API dot get singleton read write of type system status dot value rw dot value is equal to action. Yeah, because we're only going to hold up the... Either way, we're going to the action system, right? Because the action system is what's... It's what's going to process the enemy action. And kick us back over to the turn system. Oh, wait. Yeah, because actually we will need to add another one here, and that's going to be current turn states on enemy turn, and all we're going to do is break, because basically, actually let me double check to make sure this is true. Nice, hold the Mountain King. Okay, I do remember that one. Okay. If we come in and we are doing enemy turn, so we know it's the enemy's turn. The player is really only here to check for pauses, so it's always going to pass over to the queue. Then we hit the queue, and the queue should say, hey, this is the enemy's turn. I need to demand now all of the enemy's data. The enemy needs to give me its... I need to make sure that I have it ready in the initial action set. Which I might actually need to change how that's stored. So if I go into here, it's just a turn data array. But what it actually needs to be, there needs to be like a map array of annoyingly complex structure of possible reactions. Okay, the point is that when we get here to the enemy turn, all we're going to do is all we would do is just go to the player react. Is there a reason to process this frame? I guess to make sure that you commit the actions before we head to player react, and to start playing the animations. So you probably want to start the frame that it's queued in there. So we're going to say here we're going to debug.log, and we'll say iterate or confirm enemy actions and confirm enemy actions. Yeah. I'll add and force state.complete. And then we'll go into behavior. Okay. So the enemy turn, it should already have it ready by the time we get to the enemy turn, but all we're doing is just locking it in. That's all this is happening. Then we go to the behavior, because now that we've locked it in, we can wipe whatever we had stored, and now we can queue the, So yeah, now we're going to queue our next reaction to what the player could do. So that's what this is going to be. And we're just going to say debug.log planning for next reaction to player. Yep, okay. And then we set it to visual, correct. And then visual hops us back to turn, correct. And then turn is going to now... did it set the... I don't think we set the thing to enemy react. Is that going to be the turn system? No. Because that's what... This is actually going to update us. So we'll say, system, s dot... Oh. This needs to be read right. We'll change this to dot value ro. And then we'll say s dot value... No, this needs to be this. And this needs to be ref rw turn system data. And this needs to be s.value.ro dot current state. And this needs to be s.value read write. Current state is equal to player react. Okay, so now we set the player to react, and so then we're going to hop over to behavior system, which will then trigger player react, which will be here, which is going to be now, because we're turn ahead, now it's going to be planning the enemy reactions for the player's next turn. Okay, and then we're going to get the system status correct, and then we're going to the visual system, which goes back to turn system. Okay, so now turn system has been re-enabled, and we are now on is this can? Hold on. Let me see if I'm right. Oh, come on. Please let me be right. It's can, right? This is acceptance. So this is Hungarian Rhapsody. Is can inside of Hungarian Rhapsody? I'm not crazy, right? This is can. Hold on, I'm looking up can real quick. It says Offenbach wrote this. Is can not the... Hold on. Okay, 1 second. Oh. No, that is the different song. Wait, is it? Can versus Hungarian Rhapsody. Okay, I'm guessing the only one that gets these mixed up in my head. Never mind. I'm not. I feel like it sounds so similar in my head. Okay, so turn starts, start round. Oh yeah, we're checking to see if we end up in. So visual system has now queued us over, but behavior system changed us to. Or not behavior system. Action system changed us. Action system is the only thing that's modifying this other than turn system. I just flagged this as now we're setting it to player react. And the visual system is just going to play whatever is queued. The behavior system needs to know what's ahead of time so that it can then prep for this. So yeah, I think this is right. Okay, so now we get to player react. And player react, all it's going to do is, in this case, just say we hit player react. And then we're just going to, how would we normally handle player react? If the player can't react, then let's pull up our chart again. We're still going to go to player. Oh, but we do need a way to flag when the player could react versus when the player can't. How do we do that without it being annoying? Actually, same thing would be true of the enemies, right? Or no, I guess the behavior system would handle that. Ooh, I love that, like, cricket chirp sound at the top of the register. Da-da, da-da, da-da. Oh, I love that. This sounds awesome. Okay. Sorry. Just getting distracted. It's late and I'm fucking up. Okay. Let's do... Okay, quick check on the live stream quality. Everything looks good. Bitrate is good. Alright. And then, fuck this. I don't care what this is. We're getting rid of it. Oh, what is this song? It's not Requiem, but it is a Requiem. Is that Requiem for a Dream? Or is that name just popping in my head or something else? What is this song called? This song is called The Future. The Future in the Tower is Requiem by Verdi. Not Mozart. Okay. Okay, so it's Verdi's Requiem. Or, oh, it's Dies Irae. Dies. Hold on. Dies. Fuck, I'm trying to remember when the Dies Irae part is. It's right here. Yeah, okay. Okay, anyways, oh, he's holding the note. Fuck. Alright, losing my train of thought. We were on... Oh. How to handle when the player can't react. Yeah, we need a way to trigger when not the player can react. There is a way we could do this that is possibly dumb. Split the input system into the stuff that works every frame and the stuff that only works on some frames. Or like whenever the turn's ready. But then I just realized that we would still need a way to disambiguate which one can do, or like, unless... Oh, here we go. In system status, we'll add a new system reference called past value. And then we do have we do actually have two input systems right now. We have the processor, and then we have the input system itself. Now, the input system itself is the thing that just reads the data, but here we could do implement all non-ability inputs, and then we'll do, because pausing is the big one I can think of. If pausing, set value to last value, or no, set last value to value, and value to paused. And so now what we'll do is we'll just say, like a new one called paused. And all paused will do is basically just not let any of these run. Because turn system requires it, and input processor requires it, and action system requires it, behavior system requires it. Let me double check. Yep, and visual system does. So they all require it, and so that way we can essentially stop what's happening, because we will, whenever we do, we might also have to set the world speed to 0, but this just makes sure that the turn isn't running in the background. Behavior system can still be allowed to run, because that's going to be running in the background anyways, but that's fine. Because we're going to put that on a job, I think. So I need to figure out how to do, like, background jobs that are not expected to sync at every part of the frame. So once I do that, we'll be good. Okay, yeah, so that's how we'll do. We'll handle those. And so input processor is exclusively only handling actual player turn stuff. Which means if it's not the player's turn, we're not actually going to go here. If it's not player's turn, then it's player react. And so we'll say hit player react. And so, okay. And then in turn system, we'll just say that you can't react for now. We'll just assume that you can't respond to anything to keep us simpler. Oh wait, we don't need to do this. What we'll say is system API. I call system status a lot in this. We should just make this a variable. Systems ref RW system status is equal to status.value.readWrite is going to be, we're skipping the player now, and we're just going to go straight to action. Yep, that's correct. So then we'll hit action system. Action system will then check. We're now in player react. Okay. Check if player has an input, otherwise queue enemies. Otherwise, process enemies. Okay, then player is going to, once player reacts, actually, no matter what happens, we're always setting the value at the end to behavior, so that's correct. We do need to set the new state to turn states dot start cycle. No, I need to make this s.value or w.current state is equal to start cycle. And then we'll go to behavior. Behavior is not enemy react. Oh. behavior won't be enemy react here. Because we're going to be updating it mid-frame. It will be enemy turn. Which means I do need to set this to enemy turn. Yeah, because the behavior system is always going to be behind, or sorry, ahead of the turn system by one step. And so the action system is going to be the thing that moves us forward to the next turn system, except for whenever we can't find a turn to do, but that's fine. And then, because it's actually processing things and moving us on. Hold on. Oh, this is Dance Macabre. Okay. So we'll set play and enemy turns, and then yeah, so if it's enemy turn, that means that we're about to start an enemy turn, which means that we should plan the enemy turn. Correct. And then the visual system doesn't actually care. The visual system doesn't care what the state of the game is at all. All it cares about is it being told to be, does it have things in the queue after the action system to animate? Has the animation completed? Go back to the turn system. That's all it has to do. And all it needs to know is which ones are the initials, which one are the responders, and then make sure that the responders happen before the initials in the frames. That's all that needs to occur. That's all it cares about. So it doesn't even give a fuck about any of this. Okay. Now let's reset. Let's see, how do we fare? I want to do a check-in. See, how are we doing right now? Oh no, is Unity... Oh? Maybe not? Okay. I was gonna say, is it frozen again? But... What do you mean there's a leak detected? Yeah, I guess. Project settings. Why is there a leak? Or no, it's gonna be preferences. What leak? What could we be leaking? There's no memory modification right now. Okay, we process turn system and then we stop. Why do we stop? So we know we start it. We go into enemy. Yo, fuck it. We'll just reattach because we got. All that matters right now is that this works. So. We're reattached, we hit play. Oh, it took it too long to connect this. Let's deattach. Let's try that again. Okay, we're reattached. We're gonna click play. Okay, we managed to turn system. Hit continue. We're finding the next turn. Okay, it's the enemy turn. Good. Correct. Uh-huh. Okay, so now we've set it to, Oh, wait. No, says that we've set it to player either way. That's the issue. Okay, so we'll disconnect, undo that, remove that. Okay, we don't want to set it to player every time. We only want to set it to player. It's only when the thing is going to be equal to player turn do we actually want to care about player input for their abilities. We should probably call this player turn processor. Would probably be more accurate. And then this will be the input system. Our player turn system, actually. I want to keep it with the system name. Okay. So we actually aren't going to set it to player system, which means we need to update it on enemy to something else instead. And that is going to be system API dot get single, or no, fuck. Ref read write turn system data. Ref read write system status. I don't want to call this inside this as well. Status. And it'll say status dot value rw dot current dot value is going to be equal to action. We're going right through to get action. And then we'll just put status in there. And then we'll just put status in there. EZ. Okay. Okay, so now we can reload that. And now it should do... I know this song. I don't know this song. Oh, why do I know this song? Oh, fuck, hold on. Yeah, fuck, I know this song. I don't know if I know the name of this song though. River City Emerald. What is the name of this song? Control F. River City Rented is the 1812 overture. Okay. Processing system turn, hit queue system, confirm enemy actions and force state complete, planning for next reaction to player, checking if an enemy has an input to process, otherwise then... Okay, hold on. We hit a lot of states. Let's reattach and let's walk through this. Come on. Reattach now? Can we... There we go. Action system. We're going to tag one on action system. And we're going to tag one on behavior system. And we're going to put one on visual system. Okay. Now we're going to reset that. Restart. Okay. So we go through the turn system. We hit the action system, because, yep, it's the enemy's turn. Yep, correct. So, let's check the state real quick. So we're on turn system data. Current state is enemy turn. Yep, so enemy turn would be confirm enemy actions and force state.complete. Correct. Then we're going to go to player react. So because we're on player.react, that means the enemy is currently going, the player is reacting, which means next will be the player to go and the enemy to react. So now the enemy should be prepping to react to what's happening. Plan enemy reactions, correct. Okay. And that says planning for next reaction to player. Okay. And then we're gonna hit resume to visual. Fuck it. You know what? Actually, let's just detach real quick. And then I'll just uncollapse this. We'll just read through. Okay, processing turn, hit Q, confirm reactions, plan for next reaction. Processing turn, hit Q, check if players as input, planning for next reaction to player. So that's when we hit behavior system, no. That's on behavior system 66. Oh, that's for plan enemy reactions. Uh-oh. Check if player has an input to process. Otherwise, then process enemies. So yeah, that's gonna be action system. Then we're gonna set it to start cycle. Oh, wait, we're not always setting it to behavior. We're only sending it to behavior on, enemy turn, which is, you know, whenever the, whenever we're about to start the enemy turn. And then we're only ever going to do that again on, it's not going to be player react. We're going to do that on enemy react. So that means that the player has just given their input, and we are now... No, I think it's... Hold on. I think it's here we actually should say player turn. And then we paste this again. And then this is going to be s dot value read write dot current state is equal to enemy react. Okay, let me make sure I have this correct. If we come in on player react, all we're doing is restarting the cycle. And the only times that we're updating behavior are after the player has done something, which means that in both cases it needs to be on the player's input that we're doing this. So we have on player turn means that the player has just cached their input, and now the enemy hold on. Make sure I'm thinking this right. Oh. Yeah, the players just scratched their turn. But we're not going to do anything about it until we come back with enemy react. Which means that we need to make an enemy react one. And that's when this is coming in. Yeah, it's only once because once we hit player turn, then we're turning it on to enemy react. But we're not actually resolving the enemy reaction until the frame after, which is going to be enemy react. And that's when we're going to check behavior, because enemy react means that enemy has just cached its reaction. Yeah, what I'm getting confused is this check is not equal to this check. What is after this check is what is equal to this check. So player react is when we want to do it, and enemy react is when we want to do it. So we're going to take this out here, and we're going to put it up here. So on player react, this means that we yes, that's correct. And we're going to then start the cycle after this. So this needs to be on start, and so this is enemy has gone, player has potentially reacted. The enemy now needs to plan for what they'll do in response to the player. So that needs to still be enemy reaction. But when it's the enemy react, enemy react means the next thing up is going to be the enemy turn. Which is correct, but we're not going to put it down here in the enemy turn. The enemy turn is going to set it to player react. That's correct, I think. And then enemy react needs to also set this to, because all these are going to update a state. So, s.value rw current state is equal to turn states dot after enemy reaction is enemy turn. And after player turn is enemy react. After enemy turn is player react. Yeah, I think this is correct. Okay, let's try this now. Okay. We start the turn system. We hit the Q. Because it's the enemy's turn. We confirm enemy actions, enforce the complete. Oh, I need to add more debug.logs. We're going to add one to behavior. This is the... Is this Hungarian March, or is this not March? No. Fuck. It's the List March song. What is the List March song called? Let's see if I'm right. Fallen Fantasy. The end is an IOST. Fallen Fantasy is a Retro March Slave by Tchaikovsky. Okay, so it was a march, but it's not by Liszt, it's by Tchaikovsky. One day I'll get these right. Okay, so this is gonna be hit visual system. We'll import debug.log. Dun 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 dun. Okay, and then it's gonna. We're not camera performance right now. We're just gonna do debug.log starting player turn. Starting enemy turn. Dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 Okay, pressing turn system, starting enemy turn, hit Q, confirm the complete, hit. Uh-oh. We should then immediately hit the visual. Also need to change this to action, because so if we come in on enemy turn, yep, confirm, then we set the current state to player react. Oh wait, I didn't queue up the next system. So does that mean it's still set to... If that's true, how do we ever go back to... Oh! I see. We stayed on queue system, but then because we changed it to player react, then we hit this part next. That's the issue. Okay. If we, on the turns, we need to set the, wait, we already did this one. This is like a remix? This is the one I thought was can. Yeah. Okay, so we'll put up here ref RW of type system status. Status is equal to and then we're going to delete that part and that part. There we go. Okay. Status dot value read write dot value is equal to visual, because we're skipping the the behavior system here. We're gonna do the same thing here. Status dot value read write dot value is equal to visual. Because both of these cases we're going to start playing the animation of the player turn or the enemy turn. While the next frame then proceeds to start processing what the fuck they actually did with their turn and their potential responses. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, perfect. Okay, so that should work, and then let's just run through this. I feel like I'm forgetting something that I was gonna rename this variable because I don't like this as S. This should be turn data. Yeah. Bum bum ba dun dun dun. Okay. Turn system. Start the enemy turn. Hit the action system. Force the completion. Hit the visual system. Then we process the next step. We hit the action system. Because the player can't respond. So right here, we're just gonna put... Fuck it. I want to debug everything to make sure we're doing this right. We're gonna do a debug.log. Until we hit the player's turn where we're just sitting there waiting for the player to go, I want to make sure we're doing this right. Hit player too slow to respond. So process turn. Okay. Okay, processing turn, starting enemy turn, we hit the action system, confirm enemy actions, hit the visual system, processing the turn system, player too slow, so then we go up to the action system, check if the player has an input to process, otherwise then process the enemies, then we hit the behavior system, planning for the next reaction to the player. Oh. Fuck. There is another thing we have to do in here. The behavior system. Yeah, okay, here's the issue. This assumes that the player is going every turn. The enemies are going to go more than the player 99.99% of the time during the game. Which means sometimes you're not actually going to plan when you're... so this is, you know, if the enemy turns next, then we plan the enemy turn because the player has just gone. Anytime the player has just gone, the player's not ever going to go again. So yes, the enemy turn will be next. Is this Beethoven's Fifth? It is. Okay. I think I'm going to call it here soon because I'm starting to get tired. The player is... okay. If this is equal to enemy turn, that means that in order for that to be true, the enemy had just to have tried to react, right? Or the enemy had nothing to react with, either case. And either way, we've just finished a player turn. So that will always be true that the enemy will be up next. Well, no, that's not even true. Because if all the enemies are slower than the player might go before any of the enemies do. Okay, so actually, it doesn't matter which of these. We just need to check to see what the future holds. Is it going to be the player next, or is it going to be the enemies next? And whichever one that is, then we need to start planning for that. So what this should actually say... because I don't think it matters right now, is planning for either reaction or turn. And then we need to remove this else. Or no. We need to keep this. Or I guess... if you're always planning with the player going, then you going, then the player going. I'm sorry, if I'm always planning with the player goes, then I go. I don't know if there's actually a difference between these functions anymore. Oh, this is the validator. I want to see the validator. Although I do want to paste this. Is this like a more chiptune version of the soundtrack? Just randomly? I figure out why you would do that. I'm trying to remember what was in the game. Oh, maybe this was the arcade cabinet. Why can't I close this? Okay. I want to get this done, then I'm hopping off. Okay, but it doesn't matter. For now, all we're going to say is, if true, for now, but this will eventually be, change if check to is next instance their turn or players. So it'll have to read the future. It'll probably look very similar to the find next turn function without actually... you know what I probably will do? I'll probably turn find next turn into a utilities function, and then make the make it pass in the what number you're iterating over. Or maybe some way to not... I might make that a refro of data or something. There's going to be some way where I can copy this function and have the enemy run it without actually changing this current speed of the game. But whatever that is. So behavior is going to occur. So we'll just say if true, continues to do that. And then on this one, we'll just paste that and then do that. So now that never is going to happen, but that doesn't matter. So it's only ever going to change depending upon what the fuck is happening. Okay, so now we should click play. So, yeah. Let's see how this goes. Okay, processing turn, starting the enemy turn. Then we hit the queue, or the action system. Then we confirm the enemy actions. We hit the visual system. We go back to the turn. So now we're on player react. Actually, let me change. It doesn't matter. Fuck it. We're on player react. Okay, so processing turn system. Player's too slow to respond. So we go back to the action system. Check if the player has input. Then we hit the behavior system. Planning for either reaction or turn. Then we hit the visual system. Then we start processing the turn system, starting the enemy turn. Hit the action system. Oh, wait. Planning for either reaction or turn should be happening here, which is on line 33, or no, 69. It goes up. Why is it gonna go here? Oh, because I was dumb. I was wrong. Because I'm being dumb. It should go there because we've changed it such that now the behavior is always going to potentially account for a player action. There's never going to be a point where the enemy starts with the assumption that it's going first. It's always under the assumption that the player is going to do an action and then it will do an action, which means that we're actually going to be queuing up the enemy behavior to begin after the enemy has done what it needs to do, not the player. It's not waiting for the player before it can figure out what it's going to do. This is, okay, so this needs to be behavior. Enemy react means the enemy has just reacted, which means it doesn't care here. And then player turn means the player has, or no, it is here. I was wrong. Yeah, it's going to be here. This is where it's not going to care. And also I'm going to move this up a line because that looks so much nicer. Okay, so yeah. The player has reacted or the player has done their turn. We're not updating because we already accounted for all the possible ways the player is going to respond to us. We don't care. We only care once we dump our turn, because now that we've dumped what we could do, we're going to start planning what we next could do again. The enemy AI is never reactive, it is always proactive. So yeah, now this should work. We process the enemy, or we start the enemy turn. We hit the action system, we force the completion, we hit the behavior system to plan for whatever the next thing will be, whether it's us or the player. Then we hit the visual system, we start the turn system. The player's too slow, so we check to see if they have potential inputs. We hit the visual system, we go back to the turn system, it's the next enemy's turn. We hit the action system, we confirm. Then we hit the behavior system again immediately. Yep. Planning for either reaction or turn. Yep. And that should just loop all the way down until we hit processing turn system and it's starting player turn. So now the only thing we have to do is we have to make sure we track the right number of them. So we've started processing this turn system 7 times. Let's see if that's correct. It will be start enemy at 10, react 10, start enemy 8, react 8, start enemy 6, react 6, start player 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Then we see starting enemy turn 3 times. That's correct. We've hit the action system 6 times. That's correct. We've confirmed enemy actions and forced the completion 3 times because there's been 3 enemy turns. We've hit the behavior system 3 times. That is correct because the player has never reacted so far. So we are only queuing it at the end of ours. That's correct. Planning for either reaction or turn. Yep, we should only have done that 3 times. Hit the visual system every time. Correct. Player too slow to respond 3 times. Yep. Check out the player's inputs process 3 times. Starting the player turn once. Okay, beautiful. This is entirely correct. This is exactly what I want to see moving forward. I got to take a massive dump, and it is 2 o'clock in the morning. So I'm going to go to bed. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Appreciate all of you. And I will see you guys sometime this weekend to keep working on